nice live. It's hot out there today.
On camera?
Are we too close? We feel really close.
Yeah, it does feel like. I don't know if that camera looks.
This way?
Yeah, that's perfect. Tom, tuck in a little touch more.
Go on, keep going.
Yeah, that was good. 40 seconds.
Lovely. Hey, yo.
30 seconds.
Highlights and then it's Brooks.
Yeah. Well, welcome back to Lord's third day here at the home of Cricket, the live enhanced stream from Middlesex in association with DAFA Bet, myself, Kevin Handens, on forward, bringing you the action once again from this one. And it's been a fair bit of action the first 2 days. A century for Ryan Higgins. He went past 150 yesterday morning, 50 for Lewis Deploy against his former county, Derbyshire, and a fine 50 as well for Toby Rowland-Jones, topping things up. But it was a day for the batters on day two, whereas the Middlesex batters really had to dig in the first couple of sessions. There wasn't much swing about yesterday on day two. It's definitely a day for the batters. Middlesex will be hoping this second new ball this morning brings them some joy, Dom.
Yep, good morning everyone. 6 overs till the new ball. It's a hot day out there. A little bit of turmoil in the field yesterday for the bowlers, but hopefully a couple of early wickets this morning. Middlesex are definitely in need of that. Yep,
Derbyshire will be thinking, go close, go beyond, get themselves into a good position here and then try and put a third innings wobble into the Middlesex dressing room. We shall see, all that's to come, but first let's look back. The day two highlights. Oh, low full toss. And a loose start here from Tupavalon. And he's punished. That's nicely timed. It's a big boundary. Higgins has timed that. In the air, as Igani has. Rowland-Jones is done. Lloyd takes the catch at mid-on, and Derbyshire have their 8th wicket early on the second morning. Leg side. It's a nice way to get off the all. Morning all. Now there's trouble here. That's kept a fraction low with the slope, and there you go, just jags back in. You can see the hand movement there from Chappell, exactly what we've been talking about all morning. Hammered by Bamba, a little bit of width there. Bamba's decided that's going to go. Crunched by Higgins, goodness me. He's in imperious form here, he moves to 124. Chipped away. Higgins is into the 130s. Middlesex 395 for 9. Now, low full toss, outside off stump. A juicy shot to put away for Higgins. In any situation, it brings up the Middlesex 400 there. Flatter delivery and punished. Width on it. Bamba punches it away. There you go. That's what he's after, and that's what he gets. Massive shot over long leg that. Long leg just watches it sail into the mound stand. Where has that gone? Over the keeper. And it's the 150 with a top edge from Higgins. He swung himself off his feet with that one, nearly trying to clear the onside boundary. It's a rare false stroke in this innings. Length ball, swung hard and swung for 6 more. That's a nice little tuck away from Bamba. He's into the 20s. Short fine leg. Now, where's he got that? He's got it for 4. 162 for Higgins. Swung hard, swung big, swung in the air. He hasn't got enough of it. 2 are coming in, and they hold on in the end. Goodness me. The call was made eventually. And there's the first run, stroked away. Lloyd stands up tall. Punched away, it was in the air for a moment. Felt as though it was in front of the point. Bamber then goes leg side, put away for 4.
Lovely shot again from David Lloyd.
In the air, and gone! Fine catch by Nathan Fernandez. Sharp chance. He probably have moved a little bit finer as well with short cover coming into position, so he had to move even more through point to take that one. That one squirts away in front of point. It'll be Guest's first boundary. The first boundary after lunch for Derbyshire. Now, that was how Roland Jones fell this morning. It clipped to mid-on. Rees has got it wide of the mid-on fielder. He stood up tall to it. Now this one gets away in front of Holden at gully. He was turned around by it, Guests. Dick edge. It's away. 3 slips in the gully. Offers that one up though. Guest makes no mistake. Lovely, lovely shot. Glorious cover drive. Oh, and there you go. That's what the bounce does for Roland Jones. It pushes a batter back. And he hits the length from the pavilion end. He rolls back the off stump. Offers a little bit of width on that one though. Madsen says thank you very much. That's a lovely drive. 2 gnarled pros going at each other. This pitch I fancy. Little full on that one. It's a couple in the over that Madsen's got away on the drive now. Just over pit. Nice one. Gets it away. Straight to Bamber. It's away fine. It's away fine for 4 more. Not a tickle on that one really. That's Tom Helm, who we mentioned, didn't make the squad for this one. Run away. Nicely done. Angle bat over the top. Soft hands. All done nicely. That's a lovely glance. Through square. Nearly the perfect 4. There go the pigeons again. It's a little bit too leg side at the moment, Brooks, from the nursery end. Still finding his way. Hops edged. 2 slips and a gully for Higgins. There's been 3 in play all day. But Higgins not, well, deemed to be quite as quick. And that's gone again. Flashing hard. Another boundary for Madsen. 24. Clipped away through mid wicket. Up the boundary. Up the slope it goes, but it's a lovely clip for boundaries. On to 33. 104 for 2. Goes through as well. Down to 2 slips at the moment, Middlesex. Times now.
It's a lovely shot from Wayne Madsen, playing it late, cutting down to 3rd man, and that's going to be 4.
Edged fine, backward point, and that'll be the 50 for Lewis Rees. Goes hard at outside the off stump. 111 deliveries. Derbyshire open up, moves to a half century.
Swept away for 4.
Now Brooks has got him with a snorter. And that is what Middlesex have signed Henry Brooks for. Pace, bounce, snorter of a delivery. Nasty stuff, and Madsen departs on 49. He enjoyed that one. It's in front of backward point, there's nobody out there. It's crunched away for 4. Ushered away. Could be Lamb's first boundary, it is. Lamb's first boundary, he moves. Chip down the ground. A few bounces. Hit over the head. Ooh, wow. Jones giving a good chase there to the boundary rope, but it's a short boundary and it beats him. Does that get through? It does. Cut through, that time Brooks doesn't need to move, only to jog to retrieve the ball. Holman doesn't like it. Stroked away. Lovely shot. Thick edge, 4 runs. Lewis Rees is into 99. South east or west from here. That one's through, and that one's through to the gloves of Davies. Sharp single taken and century celebrated by Lewis Rees. 176 deliveries. A fine knock by the Derbyshire opener. Oh, got a full bugger to finish. 1 for 71 for Holman off his 16. McDonald 43 from 52. Rees 123 from 236. So that was day 2. Fascinating day 3 lies in store here. Moving day, as they call it, at the home of cricket today. Fortunately, the weather's not going to play its part. That's the number one thing that we need in this match. It looks as though it'll need all the time in the world because it's been a good one for batters so far. Middlesex will hope there's a little bit more for the bowlers in it today. We heard from one of them last night, Henry Brooks.
Henry Brooks, thanks for coming out to join us at the end of day 2 here at Lords against Derbyshire. Spoke to Higo last night about the importance of bowling it in all the right areas. We were probably lacking a little bit with the ball today, would you say?
Yeah, we were slightly off. We've talked about that after the game there. We probably weren't to the standards that we would like to have been at today. But tomorrow's a new day and we'll come back strong tomorrow and try and rectify that.
It looks like one of those wickets where there is plenty of life in it. You bowled an outstanding delivery to get rid of Wayne Madsen, some genuine pace, some genuine lift. It kind of reared up at him, fended off behind. That's, I guess, where we need to be putting the ball, and that's, I guess, what we need to be focusing on tomorrow.
Absolutely. I mean, we talk about doing the basics as well as possible. And the pitch did offer something all day long today. There was a good amount of pace in there. It did swing, and at times it nipped a little bit as well. So there's definitely enough in the pitch there, but we've just got to bowl that slightly bit better and try and get the most out of it.
You look to be in fantastic rhythm, and I think it was probably your second spell just after tea there today. That was as well as I've seen you bowl. You looked in real good rhythm, your knees were pumping, you were coming in well. How have you settled into life at Lords and bowling at Lords with the slope?
It's slightly different. Yeah, you've got to think about things a little bit differently. But do you know what? It's not too different to mainly other grounds.
Yep.
Yeah, I've enjoyed it so far. It's been good.
99 wickets for yourself now in first class cricket. I think Wayne was your 99th. Targeting 100 tomorrow, that would be a nice milestone to bring up here at Lords.
Absolutely. I didn't realise, I was as close as that, but yeah, hopefully. I mean, there's a lot more cricket to be played in the game. We come out first thing tomorrow, try and get it right, and then see where we stand. So yeah.
I guess Derbyshire will probably finish day 2 with their noses just in front. They'll come back tomorrow looking to pile on runs. We've got the new ball in 6 overs. That gives us a really good chance to pick up some early wickets and then apply some pressure and try and get through them. Yeah,
I think so. I think early wickets is big tomorrow. If we can limit them and try and bowl them out before they get to our total, that'll be brilliant. But as I said, that first session is massive. So if we get that right, hopefully we can get ourselves a nice position going into lunch tomorrow.
Quick word on Luke Holman as my final one. Luke, I thought, bowled exceptionally well today. Plenty of movement both ways. He's got a great googly in him, we know that. Yeah. Without reward today. Is this the kind of wicket you see that'll play into his hands and it'll offer more as the game goes on?
I think so. It offered Luke something all day long. Luke's been doing really well for us so far. I mean, he's fresh off a little bit of confidence in the white ball stuff, and he's played very well. So it's nice to see him getting some overs under his belt in red ball cricket as well, and he's only going to get it better from here. So yeah, it's good.
Absolutely. Henry, thanks for your time. Good luck tomorrow and go well.
Cheers. Thank you.
Three is next. Forward. In 3, 2, 1. On 3.
And there are Middlesex players ready to go for day 3. Tom Helm with a few words of encouragement, a few words of wisdom for his colleagues. Toby Rowland-Jones, Lewis Deploy, Ryan Higgins, and the usual suspects. Here they come. No sign of Henry Brooks just yet, who we just heard from there. Said they needed to bowl a little bit better today, and no doubt they do. But the interesting thing was just that lack of swing, which was notable. Ball one, all eyes on it to see if it swung as much for Middlesex as it did. Under clear blue skies on day 1 for Derbyshire, it did not. So even with the cloud cover that came in yesterday, there was a little bit for Higgins, but not too much more for any of the other bowlers. But the batters, well, Lewis Rees cashed in 123. Brilliant knock. The man on the right of your screen there, Donald's with him, who's on 43. He'll be eyeing something big today as well. They're applying to Middlesex's 433, so they're only 125 behind now. Derbyshire 308 for 4. And they will have aspirations of a first innings lead. They're only 4 down. The key is the new ball, the second new ball now for this match for Middlesex. Will they get a little bit more out of it? Henry Brooks saying they need to bowl a little bit better. I'm sure they will do that. But how much reward will they find? How set is Rees? Yesterday morning, Toby Rowland-Jones had just passed his 50 overnight, but he was first to go on the 3rd morning. Ryan Higgins was resumed, just passed his century. He went to 150. How far will Rees go? How far will Donald go? And who will be able to help them thereafter? Middlesex, of course, will hope a couple of quick wickets this morning, and then that second new ball and rattle through and take something of a lead out into the 3rd innings. I fancy this is bubbling up nicely here because it is a used pitch. As here come the umpires with drinks in hand. It's almost as though they need a little flask wrapped around their waist, don't they? With water, of course. Yeah, it's a hot one, and again, I think it's going to be even hotter. There was that weather alert for yesterday for the heat. I think it's going to be even warmer. There you go, it's handed to Middlesex to bring out the drinks for the umpires when drinks come out, but they have to be careful as well. Stood out in that heat as they will today, and here they come over the ropes. Shake of the hands for the umpires. Let's hope they've remembered the ball this morning. I don't know if we ever got to the bottom of that, whether it was a lost ball overnight on the first day or not, but our umpires for this one, Naeem Ashraf and Chris Watts. Alex Swan is the match referee, and here are the Derbyshire not out batsmen overnight onto the field. Middlesex will go into their huddle as Henry Brooks, the man we heard from the overnight interview at the back there, he'll be looking to add to the wicket that he took a wicket apiece for the bowling attack. Rowland-Jones, it'll be very similar, I'm sure, to what you heard from Brooks yesterday evening. Need to bowl a little bit better, need to make sure they're sharp in the field as well. That was something the previous skipper here at Lords, Pete Hanscom, now with Leicestershire, was very keen on. Everything starts in the field. Your intensity and your intent. So, Lewis Rees, 123 to his name, and Donald 43 from 52. Former Glamorgan and Hampshire batter, former Lancashire all-rounder Rees, really good signing. And key player for Derbyshire. His first century of the season. A century at Lords, always a nice feeling. Ethan Bamber, who was the red inker yesterday for Middlesex. A little chat for Rees on the way by. It's not going to be Bamber this morning, though. It's going to be that man who's taken his cap off, Ryan Higgins. Toby Rowland-Jones, perhaps from the pavilion end, who got 6 overs to the second new ball, though, so you do wonder how Middlesex go about this, whether it's a quick blast with the change bowlers, Higgins and Brooks, and then it's over to Bamber and Rowland-Jones to blast through with that second new ball. We shall see. But 4-3-3 was the Middlesex score. Where can Derbyshire go? There's still bonus points in play, of course. We're still in the first innings of the match. There's still another 36 overs with the bonus points in play, which is basically this morning's session. Umpires are coming together again, which is going to delay matters for the second morning in a row. What's happening? Another look at the ball first thing, and we're going to go straight back off with a ball change. Without a ball bowled, it's expanded in the heat overnight. I know that feeling. But we need a ball change before the first ball of the third day. Umpire scribbles down. It's rubbish. But yes, the ball will not go through the handcuffs. So before a ball is bowled on the third day, we will have a change. There's the box of balls, run out by the helpful steward, the MCC. And the umpire will filter through now and find one that Alan Coleman, the director of cricket, has put together of similar balls of 74 overs old. We're only 6 overs away from a new one being taken anyway, but Middlesex clearly had a look at it and thought, hold on a minute, what's going on? But we had this yesterday morning. For what reason, we don't know, but certainly yesterday morning they have to have the box of balls out there. I don't think it was the same reason this morning. But you do hear this about the extreme heat as well. It does seem to have an effect on the balls as well. 3:08 for 4 it is. The umpires are happy and we're nearly ready to go. There's a couple more minutes overtime already. Over 8's -3 for Middlesex. They've got to bear that in mind. Luke Coleman's bowled a bit. 16 overs, none for 71, as you can see at the bottom of the screen there, the spinner. We haven't seen anything of Nathan Fernandez or Lias Deploy, who I've been impressed with his left arm spin as well. But Middlesex will actually, at this stage now, hope they don't need to turn to the spinners again with that second new ball available. Although they might, just might go with Holman this morning from the pavilion ends. We shall see. It's Higgins, though, from the nursery. There's Mark Stoneman in the foreground. He was the second wickets guy on the first morning. Sam Robson, his opening partner, went for a 5th ball duck. Stoneman hung around for a long while, saw off a fair bit of that new ball. 2 wickets in the morning session of the first day, 2 wickets in the afternoon. And Middlesex managed to get going in the evening session with Higgins, who's now got the ball in hand for the third day. Deep backward point set back, and deep backward point beaten. A boundary to begin the third day for Derbyshire. Donald's on to 47. It's 312 for 4, and that's just the start. The visitors would have liked a little bit of width from Higgins. And ushered away with an open face. Beautifully done. Wraps into the top of that advertising board as well. Just kicked up off the rope and slammed onto the top of the advertising board. So that would have not done much for the shape of things. Bit of width again. This one's driven straight to Fernandez out on that boundary. Field will change for the left-hander. There was Fernandez out at deep point for the right-hander. Now the left-hander on strike will go to a deep backward square. Looks like we're going to go long leg as well. Lias deploys the man disappearing, and they're going to push the deep backward square. Fernandez actually in front of square now. Deploy will be a wide long leg. There's a deep point as well, as you can see on the right-hand side of the screen. Just that one slip in place. You'll see in shot in a moment as Higgins turns to bowl, and Lias Deploy settles down for the first time on the third day. Good from Higgins. All eyes on this huge track for this pitch, but the batters, including that man Higgins, have shown there's plenty of runs to be had. There's a bit of dryness out there. We saw turn on the first day for Thompson. We saw swing through the air. There was seam. There was good pace and bounce. It's had a little bit of everything in it for the two teams, who will probably both reflect they could have bowled a little bit better, I think. Brooks saying overnight he felt that Middlesex attack needs to sharpen up today. But there was certainly more assistance for the Derbyshire attack. I just felt they didn't attack the stumps enough in the first session of the match in particular. They could have had far more than the 2 they claimed. On another day it could have been a 4 or 5 wicket session, that one, and it may have been a very different match, but this man sent it in quite the direction as he sent the ball to all parts on that first evening. And indeed the second morning. That's the job for Rees this morning. Will Rees be able to take on this 123 and get going again, just as Higgins did? Very similar position to that of the Middlesex resumption yesterday morning. Halfway stage of the match. Just, if you're either side at the moment, probably tilt towards you prefer to be in Middlesex's position. That's because Derbyshire also have to bat last. It's a nicely run single to end the opening over of the third day. So 314 for 4. I'm Kevin Hand, Dom Ford's alongside me. And all that said, Dom, the biggest factor now is going to be that second new ball I fancy for Middlesex. If they can find some assistance, some joy with the second new ball, then everything I've said, forget it. They'll be on the charge.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting morning. It's a hot day out there. That pitch is just starting to lose a tinge of green. You did mention we did see a little bit of variable bounce yesterday, a little bit of seam movement. That bounce, Henry Brooks getting Wayne Madsen, getting one to really rear up and catch the gloves. Toby Rowland-Jones, one that just skidded through a little bit. So there is still enough in it for the bowlers, but that second new ball is vital.
And it is going to be Holman to bowl from the pavilion end this morning. I don't think it's a bad move at all. I wasn't sure they'd do it. Seventeenth over for him. We'll be disappointed the number of runs he went for, but there is a short boundary on one side. And for a spinner, I think even more than a seamer, that's got to be factored in. That you'll see a sweep on the drop short, maybe a pickup put away. There was a couple of those by Lewis Rees yesterday, deposited into the mound stand. But from the pavilion end now, Holman. He switched it up to both, and Rees, the left-hander, heading towards the big boundary of deep mid-wicket, and Max Holden out there on the boundary patrolling in front of the grandstand. Gentle stroke into the offside. So yeah, if he's going to access that short boundary, it's going to be one that's particularly wide, driven or cut by Rees. Now, down the slope it goes. We saw one of those yesterday evening. The googly from Holman. Just slided past that outside edge. Good over from Luke Holman. So I think it's really is definitely worth giving him a go. First thing this morning, 314 for 4 after 76, 4 to the second new ball. Then Higgins will have at least one more go from the nursery end. And then you wonder, is it worth throwing the final over from the nursery end to perhaps Elias Deploy, perhaps Nathan Fernandez. Just see if the finger spinner has some joy. That man had some joy first thing in the first over the first morning. Fifth ball, he picked up Sam Robson. In the background there, Zach Chappell. Up in the air. Rather shovelled around the corner though from Donald. He didn't go too hard at it with the two fielders set back. Holman, a deep square, the long leg. There's Max Holden. Higgins going for something of a shock ball there. Again, it's an interesting one. They're so far back, it's unlikely the catch is going to carry. So you wonder, are they actually advised to come in a little bit? Would Donald have played the shot in that way though if they were in that little bit more? So nursery end for Higgins. Stock ball will be looking to bring it back in with the slope to the left-hander. Try and keep it tight in that off stump. Slide one across as well, bring slip into play. Sam Robson in at slip. He'll be looking for a better return in the second innings. Good return for the Derbyshire fans who made their way down. 315 for 4. It's a finely poised match at the moment. As I say, slightly the balance is with Middlesex, only because Derbyshire have to bat last. You fancy there's going to be a bit of turn on an ever-drying surface.
does feel like the perfect day to bat here at Lord's. Barely a cloud in the sky, already around 26 degrees. It's going to be a lot of hard work in the field today for Middlesex. Can Derbyshire cash in? Three dots to end the over. 3 to go till the new ball. Lewis Rees, the unbeaten Centurion, batted beautifully yesterday. Batted 5.5 hours in the heat. A lot of control, played very well off his legs. Really good opportunity for this pair to bat long today. Partnership is worth 80. Rees going to look to bat long. Donald playing the aggressor. 49 from 58. It's a maiden over from Holman. 2 to go till that new ball. Early signs, not too much spin there for Luke Holman. Orthodox stock delivery, trying to bring it back up the slope. Most of Holman's turn has come with the googly going down the slope away from the left-hander.
It's well run. There's the 50 for Donald. 59 deliveries. And fine partnership here, of which he has more than half at the moment. 7 fours. Came together with the score on 236, these two. And the strike rate's been pretty good. Much as that man's was on the first day and the second morning. Middlesex going to need to find a way, because Donald can be just as destructive and just as dangerous.
It's been a lovely knock so far from Donald. Came to the crease the evening session yesterday. He dug in, gave himself 15 balls or so to get off the mark, but his strike rate's been up around 84. third half century in the county championship this season, averaging just shy of 40. Very destructive player. Strike rate this season in the 80s. If he gets in, he can go big.
There's that breakthrough that they needed, and they've got the Centurion overnight. Higgins is the man to remove him as well. A shortage of irony there. He came out and was destructive yesterday morning with a century to his name. He powered on against Derbyshire. He's removed the overnight Centurion for the visitors. Reece departs for what has been an outstanding 125. 257th delivery as he falls. Higgins' perseverance. Mr. Reliable does it again. On the spot. Asking the question. And there's the edge. Driving at a length ball. The downfall for Reece. Davies takes the catch. Higgins has the delights. You can see what that meant. Hard work. And the hot skies, they weren't on their top. On their best form yesterday. They started well today. Derbyshire 317 for 5.
There's a huge wicket for Middlesex. He's talked about the importance of that new ball. That's the perfect start. That's a bonus. Higgins again, the go-to man. Getting the prized wicket of Lewis Reece. Perfect timing as well. Just 1 over and 2 balls to go until that new ball. The Middlesex have a new batter to bowl at.
Anujal, the new batter, he's out there because he's sucked into this one outside the off stump. He was looking to drive on the up, just a little bit too wide perhaps. Played it under the head, but was the length there for it? Just stretched it a little bit too far perhaps to drive at that length and that line. Swish of the bat, disappointment for Reece, but goodness me, he did a good job. Still more to do, 116 behind Derbyshire as they lose their 5th, just ahead of the second new ball as well, which will frustrate Reece that he wasn't able to be out there to see a second new ball off for Derbyshire. That's the job for Dahl and Donald now. Just one slip for the new batter. Deep square is coming up. It's a square leg, there's a long leg, everybody else on the single. It's a good start. It's a good response from Dahl.
Really is a big bonus wicket for Middlesex. Ryan Higgins, 16th of the season in Division 2. Just behind Ethan Bamber, now with 19. Good decision as well from Toby Rowland-Jones to give Higgins a few overs before that new ball comes this morning. That just puts Middlesex back in front. Say it was pretty even. But that big wicket of Lewis Reece. Derbyshire still trail by 116. And on a day that looks great for batting, there's a massive wicket.
On the spot again. Kept out by Dahl. Good over from Higgins. Derbyshire 319 for 5.
90 minutes from 59 balls with 7 balls.
Anuj Dahl, the new batter for Derbyshire, comes to the crease with an average of 32, highest score of 146 not out in his career, 5 centuries and 10 half centuries. Very capable batter. Plays an important all-rounder role in this Derbyshire lineup. Donald will be hoping he can build a partnership with Dull throughout this morning session. 1 over to go till the new ball. Luke Holman again. Topped up with even more sun cream across the cheeks and nose this morning. We saw that yesterday.
Couple there, that one. To take him. There were signalled as runs as well, even though it looked as though it was pad to me. Unless I missed that signal by the umpire. I'll tell you what, if that throw was better, goodness me, that was tight. Wow. Was indeed given as runs. That was my hesitation as to which it was.
Good work. And Jack Davies behind the stumps as well with the gloves. We see that a lot. Keepers now grabbing the ball and throwing one-handed. It's pretty close.
Gets it through, extra cover, thought about a dive. It's a chase though for Roland Jones at mid-off, and get a couple more. Donald's on to 54. 3-2-4 for 5 at the end of the 80th. The second new ball is available. Will they go straight to it? Not been much happen for Holman this morning. He had that one that slid down the down the slope past the edge, but this one, there goes the run, determined for the 2. A better throw, and there'd have been trouble. Oh, well, no TV replays for this one. Benefit of the doubt with the batter, as you'd think, but that looked pretty close. New ball taken, and Higgins will take it. Having taken the wicket, that's not a bad call. Nursery end as well. Forever be associated with Tim Mercer, the nursery end at Lords. 2 decades of bowling from this end, picking up wickets at the nursery. Only the man to emulate him for Middlesex. Will it be Higgins? He's got a wicket there this morning already. And shape and movement. Away it goes down the slope straight away. That'll encourage Middlesex. A little bit of swing, just a little bit of late swing adjusting the line. That didn't particularly go off the surface. It just swung there and adjusted that line. Didn't see any swing on that first day, on that second day for Middlesex. We see it on this, the 3rd.
Rewarded with an over with the new ball, Ryan Higgins, for getting that wicket. Would have thought it could have been Ethan Bamber, Toby Roland Jones.
doing too much on this occasion. So that little bit of late swing way down the slope. This is just angled back in. Ooh. Another one striking the midship. This feels as though there's an extra bit of fizz in it at the moment. Always an extra bit of fizz in Holman, certainly in the field. Slides, gets the throw in. Big arm that was, gone over Davies as well from that long boundary. A couple more for Derbyshire, and a couple to get Dahl off the mark. Looks as though there's a bit of shape through the air back into the right-hander for Higgins as well. Yeah, it's gone early. Out of the hand that one, swinging back up the slope. Nicely trapping the bat down on that to end the over with a single Dahl. Be wary of Higgins getting one to go the other way. But what's really done? The single it is, 326 for 5. Ethan Bamber's going to have to wait. It's going to be the skipper, Toby Rowland-Jones, from the pavilion ends. Higgins has 2 for 53 from his 17. Now Rowland-Jones 1 for 75 from 16. So a little bit more expensive than he'd have liked yesterday. What can he do with that second new ball today? Still 107 behind Derbyshire. 5 wickets standing. Donald, you fancy, may well be the key to this innings now. Thompson, Chappell, Connors and De Pavillon to come. Deep square set back. Protecting there, potentially for a bouncer as well. Martin Anderson, the sub fielder, on. Looks like he's on for Luke Holman. He's scampered off after his spell this morning. Gone at cover. Stoneman holds on. Rowland-Jones has his second wicket of the match, and the new ball strikes in the second over. Donald driving on the up, driving to the Middlesex opener in the covers, and the Middlesex skipper has the wicket. Sharp chance, sharp catch for Stoneman. And Donald's, the other set batter overnight, has to make his way back to the pavilion. And it's 2 drives, look at that, a bit too much bottom hand. What a catch that is, goodness me, that was barely off the ground from Donald's. Just scooped it slightly. Stoneman holds on, low to his right. He was a frustrated man yesterday, Toby Rowland-Jones, less so now. Be a frustrated Donald making his way off. He, much like Greece, would have fancied going much bigger today. Derbyshire would have fancied that one of their overnight 2, as Higgins did yesterday for Middlesex. Would have hoped one of them would have gone on, but Middlesex remove the overnight batters. They get 2 new ones in to face the second new ball early on the 3rd morning. And this game could start to move at quite a pace now. Middlesex have got their tails up, and Thompson, coming in at 8, has got a job to do. Did a fine job with the ball in hands. The spinner picked up the big one, Lias Deploy. He's heading out there though because of this. Just watch that bottom hand, just went through a little bit too much. And that was where it just gave the chance to Stoneman, but it was still an incredible catch. in the covers, low down, powerful batter as he is, Donald. Come hard off the bat. Thompson's greeted with a chat from Dahl. Dig in. With the order now for Derbyshire. Try and get a partnership going again, try and defy this second new ball, because with 4 wickets standing, the shiny cherry in the hands of Roland Jones could go through Derbyshire pretty quickly here. Second bonus point it is as well for Middlesex, that 6th wicket. Still in play for just under 30 overs, the bonus points. Derbyshire still 23 away from their 3rd batting point. But here in the meantime is Roland Jones to Thompson. First ball. And drawn into it outside off. Pace and bounce again for Roland Jones. Good to see. Yep, just straightens off the surface that one. That's going back up the slope. Will he bring the next one down the slope to the right hand of the new batter? Such a challenge for the finest of top order batters. Another one holds its line.
Really good from Toby Roland Jones. Another one just angling in, straightens off the surface. Middlesex on top early here. It's been the perfect start this first half an hour of day 3, and they've got the 2 set batters. Big opportunity to get through that lower middle order here. Mentioned earlier, Henry Brooks in the close of play interview last night, talking about the importance of the Middlesex attack hitting their straps early this morning, and they've done exactly that. Ryan Higgins with the big wicket, Lewis Rees, now Roland Jones, the captain. The wicket of an Aaron Donald.
Oh, that's a beaut again from Roland Jones. And the ball's on a piece of string for the seamer and the Middlesex skipper, and he has a reward, he has a wicket. Middlesex may have a way through here. The 2 overnight batters are gone. Donald was the other batter to go, but look at that shape away.
Almost a leg cutter there from Roland Jones. Very, very pleasing for Middlesex bowlers to see that. Didn't see huge amounts of movement on day 2 for the Middlesex attack. A little bit off the surface, but that's an extravagant bit of nip. It'll be tough for Derbyshire this morning. The new ball providing the goods for Middlesex so far. Anuj Dahl and Alex Thompson have still got a lot of work to do, trailing by 106 Derbyshire. Zach Chappell, Sam Connors, and Darren de Pavlon to come.
Now that goes down the slope. That's where Middlesex have got to be tight now. Get it on that off stump, leave it on that off stump, really challenge Dahl. Thompson don't let any loose runs get away. Derbyshire are happy with the way they bowled, and they should be. On the first morning, the first afternoon, just got away from them the first evening with those 2, Higgins and Roland Jones, sending the ball to all parts, but I do feel that they could have been tighter to that off stump. Derbyshire and asked more questions when that ball was moving. It's moving now for the Middlesex bowlers. It's extraordinary, isn't it? 2 balls used in this innings. We saw that first ball in the match swing straight away to Robson. Swung for 4 balls and then got him again with the 5th, the swinging ball, which he stretched for outside off. He swung the majority of the way through that Middlesex innings. There wasn't anything through the air, it didn't feel, for Middlesex yesterday. And it's put down. Holden at gully. Let's have a look. Sharp chance in the air, and did it carry? Hands behind the back for Holden. Low to his right, always difficult. Edged. Oh, and he's gone now. What a follow-up from Higgins. 2 edges in 2 balls. Robson takes the catch second time around. A sharp chance to hold and a difficult one. He'll have a smile on his face, and he does. And he gets a hug from Toby Rowland-Jones as well. That's because Higgins has struck again. He's got his 3rd wicket. He's got the 7th Derbyshire wicket to fall. And Sam Robson, who'll be keen to get out there and get in amongst the runs in the 2nd innings, is helping to usher the end of this Derbyshire first dig here at Lord's. Dahl goes for 4. Drive in at a ball from Higgins, drawn into it. There you go, it's just that shape away. It wasn't even a drive, it was a forward defence, just a little bit too far outside off stump. Should he have played at it? Could he have left it? I don't think he could. I think that's a peach of a ball from Higgins, actually. You have to play at that one. Cool as you like. Ryan Higgins, Dahl's gone. Derbyshire 8 down. 327 for 8. 7 indeed, my apologies. 327 for 7.
Ryan Higgins again, making things happen. 3rd wicket of the innings. What a start this is for Middlesex on day 3. It's the perfect day for batting with the overheads, but this pitch is offering something, the new ball is offering. And Middlesex are taking advantage of it. Comfortable catch from Sam Robson. Beautiful delivery from Ryan Higgins. Not much that Dahl could have done about that. A little bit of late movement from Higgins, a little bit of a push from Dahl, but you just have to say well bowled. Sam Robson, cool as ever in the slips. Saw a lot of celebration from Higgins with that wicket of Lewis Rees. He looked cool and calm there. But this is a dreamy start for captain Toby Rowland-Jones.
Yeah, it was angling towards that off stump. In Dahl's defence, he's got to play at that. And felt maybe he pushed too far across. He didn't. That was always going towards off and then leaving him. It's Chappell. Now, that starts a little bit wider. You could say that Dahl perhaps wished he'd done that, but that ball was actually starting wider and continuing with its angle back in. A good leave by Chappell. But a good over for Middlesex. It's a wicket maiden. Higgins has 3 for 53. And Chappell's out there alongside Thompson, both of them on noughts, because just watch the angle out of the hand here. That's heading towards the off stump. Just a little wobble through the air, but it's that pitches and then just leaves him. Was he a little late getting down? It doesn't look too bad. His end position. It's just a very, very good ball. Clips off the stumps for 4. Thompson's off the mark. Will we see a counter-attack now from Derbyshire? They might be in a position where they can't allow Middlesex to bowl at them any longer. With 3 wickets standing, a couple of batters on noughts, they have to just hedge their bets, measure their risk.
mentioned it earlier, Kev. Day 3 often seen as moving day. This game has moved forward at quite a pace. First 40 minutes gone. It's very much gone in the favour of Middlesex, the home side. In that race for promotion back to Division 1.
It's the second time he's trapped the bat. Turning the ball angling back into the stumps on the back foot, Chappell. Middlesex are interested in that. They're interested in a lot right now. 43 minutes. Haven't even had that 40 minutes because there was a delay. Might not have even had 40. There was a delay for a replacement ball before the delivery was bowled on the third day. Oh, he's left it now. That's got to be close. That's Jags back in and he's gone. Chappell's gone for a second ball duck. It's the 8th wicket now. 332 for 8. Brilliant bowling from Roland Jones, but look at this movement off the seam, off the surface. Just wasn't there on day 2 for Middlesex. This second new ball has come to life. Oh, look at it go. Yep, that's hammering, perhaps even middle, let alone off. Left alone. Not quite as apparent on that one. If he'd have offered a shot, he may well have survived, but coming back in, certainly taking off. Middlesex's bowling attack have taken off this morning for sure. Roland Jones has 3 for 81 now. Higgins has 3 for 53. Derbyshire only have 2 first innings wickets left. They still trail by 101.
Toby Roland Jones at his best. Just around that off stump line, letting the surface do its work. Another big wicket. Derbyshire now 8 down. Still trailing by 100. Middlesex firmly on top here. What a morning session this is turning out to be. You see that angle in. Again, a huge amount of deviation off the surface. Chappell is smashing into off stump.
Yeah, that's the angle there, isn't it? Where he knew it. He knew it. Seaming back in and seaming back in with the slope is the key. I think one of those nowadays as well with umpires' decision review system. You go upstairs for that. They may well have reviewed it, and worst it would have been umpire's call. The umpire's call was out. On the spot again. Now we saw this with Roland Jones's first wicket. When he bowled Brooke Guest, the ball kept fraction low. As it comes back down the slope here at Lord's. Oh, look at this. Nice. That's the Guest wicket coming back down the slope. That was umpire Cam. So what you see is the slope at Lord's. It goes from off stump to leg. So when it comes back in, there you go, bang, it comes back in off slope. It also keeps a fraction low. It's the trajectory of the ball with the slope sliding down. We talk about it sliding down the slope here at Lord's. And that's where someone like Roland Jones has so much joy. Someone like Brooks in particular over the years, I'd imagine, will really look to forge that kind of relationship with the pavilion end here at Lord's that Roland Jones has had so long. Talked about the nursery end for Merter, it's the nursery end for Higgins, and a couple of wickets this morning. A couple of wickets to go. It's a race for a 5 between Roland Jones and Higgins now. Oh, now look at that die. Thompson has a little look back at the surface. Just skids through off a length, that one. Run rate's come down below 4. It was up over 5 for a good while. Middlesex would have been frustrated with that. That was what I looked at yesterday. Just thought they won't be happy with the run rate. Brooks said they need to be a little bit better today. They're a lot better. But in their defence, they are getting a lot more out of this ball. There's a couple more for Derbyshire. 3:34 for 8. And they have got to below 100, down to 99. Yeah, 3:13, 3:17 indeed for 4. So 3:34 for 8. Four wickets for 17 runs, and now that third batting point, which at 3:17 for 4 was not far away. Looks an awful long way away at the moment. Another 16 runs, and the ball doing a bit for Middlesex. Do Derbyshire start to throw the bat here? Just 2 wickets left. Thompson, the number 8. He's lost Chappell, the number 9. Connors in with him now. Only Dupavalon to come. Lips from Higgins. That goes off the surface. Late swing about that one. That's hit the surface, kissed the surface, and gone down the slope past the edge. He brings on back up the slope. Thompson pushes the single to end the over. He'll keep the strike. 3:35 for 8. 85 done. Second new ball, our 5 overs. They've rattled through some wickets here, and look at that. It's falling apart in the second half of the innings for Derbyshire. Brilliant partnership between Rees and Madsen. Laid the foundation. Lloyd and Guest did their best with Rees at the top, just to see through a bit of the new ball. But Rees and Madsen cashed in. So too Rees and Lamb. Rees and Donald last night as well. They'd have had big hopes this morning, one of those two, of going on. Derbyshire really would have hoped they could bank that one of them would be able to bat through the morning session and try and guide the visitors to some sort of parity here at Lord's, or perhaps even a lead. At the moment they're 98 behind. Middlesex will be hoping to not allow that to get any closer at all. Two slips and a gully, deep point, cover and a mid-off, mid-on, deep square and long legs. Middlesex quite half and half here, attacking with a couple of slips and a gully, but they're leaving the point and the square leg back, which one, it offers Thompson the single, but two, it's also protective, so it's a double roll for both. Thompson just think, can he get past Roland Jones and Higgins? It's a long way to go though. They've only had 3 overs each, so you'd imagine at the rate that they're bowling, the two of them will be well settled into a spell now to try and finish this off. But damned if you do, damned if you don't for Thompson really at this point for Derbyshire. Trying to counter Roland Jones and Higgins is quite the job. Trying to survive them, perhaps even a more difficult task. Now, inside edge on that. Forward and across. And back down the slope. We saw Chappell not offer a shot. shot offered, hitting outside the line of off. So whether there was an inside edge or not, that hits outside the line of off. And that's what saves him. It may not have been an inside edge, but he's offering a shot, which Chappell was not. And that's why Chappell was giving the umpire every chance. Edged and gone. Robson takes another one at slip, scoops that one up just as it was about to hit the deck. And nonchalant stuff from Robson. He's enjoying himself in the slips this morning. That was as effortless as you like from a slip fielder. He's plucked it off the ground, that one, scooped his fingers underneath it. And he has made that look so easy. Look at the edge there. It just dies at him. It's starting to go, and then, whoop, there we go. Did he take a little, did he take up off the ground there? It looks like his fingers might have clipped something on the ground, clipped a bit of the grass. Something flicked away. Did it come out of his pocket? What's he lost there? Something's gone flying away. There's a bit of strapping from his finger, actually, because he does have those finger straps. Either way, Middlesex have a wicket. That man's very happy. So is Higgins. It's a forfeit for the skipper. And it's Dupavalon out to face Roland Jones, who has 2 balls left to the over. 4 for 81. Said it was a race for a 5 for between Higgins and Roland Jones. It's going to be a race for this next batting point for Derbyshire. You'd fancy now that these two, and well, perhaps Connors, might just start to open up. It is the number 8 that's gone, Thompson. 8 from 18 for him. Really tough tasks. I said damned if you do, damned if you don't for Thompson. If he'd have attacked and lost his wicket, then people would have said it was sloppy. If he'd tried to hang around, which is all he's really trying to do there, even though he's driving, it's just sucked into it, really. Just full of a length. But Roland Jones doesn't let you get forward when he's at his very best, which he is in this innings. And batters do not like to get forward onto that front foot at all, because the bounce is dangerous. 3:35 for 9. Middlesex will hope that they are very close to the end of this Derbyshire innings with what would be a very useful lead of 98. And I reckon we're probably around about what is a par score on this pitch. Oh, he nearly gets another one. It's Pavalon pushing tentatively just outside that off stump. It's just good line and length bowling. That's the channel. The channel at Lords is so much more dangerous for a right-hander than it is in most other places, because it can so easily slip down that slope, building the inside edge. Corridor of uncertainty. That's the 3rd bowling point as well for Middlesex. 335 for 9. They've got 7 bonus points in the match now, so that's what they'll take. In terms of the bonus points, what will they take in terms of the result? Well, Derbyshire have got 5 bonus points. There is still 15 runs to the 3rd batting point. They could go to 6. They've got plenty of time to do it, but not so many wickets left.
A spell of 3 overs, 3 wickets for just 6 runs this morning for Toby Roland Jones. Possibly the best he's bowled all season. You need a lot of movement off the surface. Really has shown his quality. I mentioned Kev keeping that ball on a string. Very much like a lot of people would say Jimmy Anderson. Toby Roland Jones is another one of those bowlers. When he's on form, he can put it wherever he likes.
Ricochets off the inside edge. Single taken. So the collapse as it stands, pressure of the chase would be tough. So they've got a lot to do, Derbyshire. Anything these two can do to take a chunk out of that deficit would be mightily welcomed from a Derbyshire perspective. 97, even if they could take 20 or 30 out of it at this point, that would be massive, I think, for the match. 100 feels like a big deficit. And if they were to go out and pick up a couple quickly, then 100 for 2, effectively Middlesex is still a long way ahead in the game. And take 20 or 30 out of this, effectively 60 for 2 if you lose a couple of early wickets is different. It's nicely defended. The top of off and will pick up a single as well. Length was good from Higgins. Has he got a fourfer in him? Or will the man at the other end, Toby Rowland-Jones, be able to pick up a fifer? And drawn into it, slips it away down the slope from the nursery end. Higgins with a smile on his face as well. It'd have been a wider smile as well if there was a little bit of wood involved in that. Just died on the way through to Davies actually, so maybe he wouldn't have smiled too much. An edge for nothing. 3 for 60 for Higgins. Rowland-Jones 4 for 81. Could he bag his first 5 for the season?
With this bowling partnership, the two that did it with the bat to put Middlesex in the ascendancy. Rowland-Jones backing up that half century, looking for his first fifer of the season.
He's got the number 11 to bowl at now. And he's got a couple of slips and a gully. He's got a deep square set back, and that's probably just to warn to Pavillon not to try and sit on the front foot. And that is taken. That's the 5 for the skipper. Rowland-Jones, 5 for 81. To Pavillon, pushes through to his mate Higgins. Those two have been devastating in this match now for Derbyshire. 150 for Higgins, 50 for Rowland-Jones in double quick time between them. They have 8 wickets in this Derbyshire first innings, and they rattled through them in double quick time on this third day. 94 runs is the deficit. A 5-wicket bag for Toby Rowland-Jones. 5 for 81 in 19.2 overs. But the devastation of the third day with the ball by those two, Higgins and Rowland-Jones. It has been Rowland-Jones at his absolute best. Saw it yesterday, he was there, he was on the spot from ball one. The ball wasn't as responsive yesterday as it was on day one for Derbyshire. This second new ball has really brought this game to life for Middlesex. Good grab behind the stumps by Higgins, just going across and plucking it out of the air. Here's the moment for the skipper. First 5 for the season. And a fantastic performance. This has been a really high-class performance by the Middlesex skipper on the third morning of this match. And it's put his side into a very, very strong side as the first innings of the match comes to an end. 339 in reply to Middlesex's 433. Innings break here at Lord's. And it's been a fine morning for Middlesex. I'll be very happy, Dom, with what they've put together this morning. That collapse from 317 for 4 has been quite dramatic.
It really has been, and fitting as well that it was Toby Rowland-Jones and Ryan Higgins Partnering up again to get that last wicket, Toby Rowland-Jones, 26th, first class fifer. He's bowled beautifully this morning. 4 wickets for 6 runs in a spell. Beautiful partnership, batting and bowling between Rowland-Jones and Higgins. And a great morning for Middlesex.
We'll take a short break here at Lords in the innings break. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes with you. You're watching the live enhanced stream from Middlesex, live from Lords, with Tom Ford, myself, Kevin Hand, the stream team, here in association with Daffabet.
And our beer festival continues today in the coronation line at the pavilion end of the ground with free entry for everyone inside the ground. And a further reminder to consider your sun's safety throughout the course of the day. Please stay hydrated. There are water refill points around the ground. And consider the regular use of sunscreen and a head cover. They're the Glorious, leading out Derbyshire. And to open the batting for Middlesex, Mark Stoneman and Sam Ross.
Oh, good afternoon, everyone. We'll come back to Lords after a short break. Still a bit of work to do out there. The heavy roller's only just come off, so they've got to remark the lines out in the middle. The umpires haven't looked double teapot on from the skip from the umpire. What's going on? Yeah, 10 minutes. Oh, great stuff. The ground staff, and it's a good track that we've got here. As we said from the first morning, it looks as though there's plenty in it for the bowlers, but the batters have been able to get reward as well if they've got it in. But Derbyshire were well got out this morning by Middlesex. There's Chappell. That offering a shot to Roland Jones on the tumble from 317 for 4 to 339 all out. 22 runs, 6 wickets. That second new ball, devastating for Middlesex. First wicket to go this morning, 317 for 5, was actually in the 79th over, so it was an over before the second new ball. 8 balls before the second new ball, Rees fell. 8 balls after the second new ball was taken, Donald fell. The 2 overnight were gone, and then Dahl, Chappell, Thompson and de Pavilon following. Here's Chappell to Stoneman. And he's edged, and he's gone first ball! 0 for 1. What a start for Derbyshire. What a start to the third day. A 7th wicket falls, and for the day itself, that's 7 for 22. This collapse across 2 innings. Stoneman heads back. It was Robson in the first innings, went for a 5th ball duck. Stoneman goes for a first baller in the second. And Chappell right on the spot. Pace and bounce. There's enough in this surface for the bowlers. There's no doubt about it. It's a good cricket wicket, this. Plenty of runs. On 800 runs in the first innings of the match. But as we hit the third morning, the 21st wicket of the match falls in the morning session of the third day. It's Stoneman who has to make his way back after a gritty, defiant effort in the first innings. He gets a peach of a delivery first up from Chappell. Right on the spot, sliding down the slope at Lords. Taking that edge of the Middlesex opener. They're 0 for 1. But they lead by 94.
What an extraordinary morning. As you said, Kev, before, barely any movement on day 2. Now 7 wickets falling in about an hour's play. Middlesex on top here, but what a start for Derbyshire. Lead of 94, effectively 94 for 1 now, Middlesex. Chappell on the money first up. Good slip catch. It's an entertaining day 3.
Max Holden again held Derbyshire up in the first innings for a bit against that first new ball. For me, the biggest difference in this match at the moment is that ball that Middlesex started the Derbyshire innings with. It just didn't have the same pace and bounce as seemed to be there on day 1. And you look at this pitch now, Middlesex get the second new ball in the Derbyshire first innings, and all of a sudden they're in the game again. For me, it was the ball And Middlesex felt they could have bowled better on day 2. Day 2 as well is the best day to bat, generally, on any surface. So that must be factored in as well. But both sides bowling well. 0 for 1. Here's Holden's first ball. A walk down the track from Holden. We analysed that in the first innings between Stoneman and Holden when they were trying to see off that new ball on that first morning after the loss of Robson. Holden will get forward out of his crease and across, try and negate any movement. Stoneman will try and play it late from deep within the crease, contrasting styles, and immediately on display with the first 2 balls of this innings. 0 for 1. We said if Derbyshire could have chipped away another 30 or so, got it down to a lead of 60, then 60 for 1, 60 for 2. They're right in the game. They've got a lot to do though. Middlesex are effectively 94 for 1. Need to rattle through a few quickly here at the top here to keep Middlesex in check and try and keep this game alive. I really don't think... I'm just thinking a little bit too far ahead, looking a little bit too far ahead at the moment, but I do think for a match situation you don't really want to be chasing much more than 300 on a pitch which has offered seam, has been swing. It's a dry surface that's set to offer more turn as the game goes on. I see him behind that one, Holden. Pretty calm out in the middle. Middlesex number 3. Really like this spot for him. I think it's a clear role. Come out and face that new ball as he's always done across his career. Good player of spin as he is. But he modelled his career on Sir Alistair Cook, modelled his technique on the England captain. That was in facing a new ball. What's come? The opening over of the innings, an innings that started with the wicket of Stoneman. .36 in the first innings for Holden from 111 deliveries. He really dug in. Stoneman 30 from 49 deliveries. Batted for 1 hour and 20 minutes. Holden batted for 2 hours and 24 minutes. Well played. Again, getting forward, getting right in behind it, killing it into the offside. It's the end of the opening over, and an innings that began with a wicket for Chappell. It's a wicket maiden for him. Stoneman, who's had to head back, and that ball's pitch him on a line and a length that he's got to play at. He looks back at the surface there. It's good pace, it's good bounce, it's a new ball. And it's a good catch by Donalds. Look behind Stoneman very quickly before we come to Sam Robson, who went to the 5th ball of the first innings. Stoneman going to the 1st ball of the 2nd innings. Just look for the line. Where it's pitching there, if that straightens, you've got to think about it. It looks a little bit shorter looking from behind. It looks a little bit fuller from the pavilion end. And you look at it there and you wonder, could Stoneman have left? But that's not as obvious with the bowling. When we looked at it from behind the bowler's arm at the pavilion end. Here's Anuj Jal to bowl the opening over from the nursery end. So a change up here for Derbyshire. Chappell coming on from the pavilion ends first up. I do think, you know, they've looked at Roland Jones, I'm sure. Thought, right, that's where Chappell's got to be bowling. It's the strike bowler's end. Here's Chappell, here's Dahl. And Robson is off a pair. Down to deep third it goes. Big stride in from Robson, over the top of it. Runs away for 4. The Middlesex are off the mark, so is Sam Robson in the match.
A nice feeling for Robson to get off that pair. Soft hands. Down to 3rd man. There's boundary. Middlesex off the mark as well. Oh, and a play and a miss. Muffled appeals from behind the stumps. Anuj Dahl, beautiful areas, angling it in, as we saw with Ryan Higgins and Toby Roland Jones. That angle in, a little bit of movement away, Robson pushing forward, and it's only just beaten the bat. if Derbyshire have gone with this approach of Anij Dahl to open the bowling. It was Chappell and Connors in the first innings, but Dahl opening up from this nursery end. Maybe they had a look at the movement that Ryan Higgins was getting this morning, and Dahl, a similar bowler, zippy off the surface, can get movement, late swing.
That goes away through the covers. A lovely shot. Over pitch from Dahl. They're going to have to go at the stumps. They're going to have to be on a fuller length. Like hammering runs, especially if you stray slightly, as Dahl has done there. Just an offering of the bat from Robson. Lead is over 100 again for Middlesex. Goes another one, 4 more. That's the danger. Dahl going for 12 in that over. Robson will feel an awful lot better. A 5th ball duck in the first innings. 12 from 5 in the second.
It just floated up there. Managed Dahl, a bit too full. Robson's not going to miss out there. Just gets bat on ball. In this weather, dry outfield. That ball's going to race away to that short boundary.
It's interesting they've gone to Dahl at the nursery end. That's better. Ask the question of Robson. He's equal to it though. Picks up a single to end the over. He's on to 13 from 6. Contrasting first over for him to face in the second innings. It was the first for Robson. A few Derbyshire shirts in the crowd. Happy with that first wicket of Stoneman, but they'll know their side need to get in amongst the Middlesex top order, including this man who, after a month off watching Middlesex play in the Blast, will be desperate to cash in this second innings, having been out for a 5th baller in the first innings. But yeah, it's interesting they've gone to Dahl at the nursery, number 13 off 1. I think Chappell at the pavilion end for me, absolutely the right move. You see what Roland Jones produced up there. It is the end for the tall bowler, I think, here at Lords. Robson there tentatively across, pushing that into the offside, so the back leg almost kick out. I thought I just saw his back leg kick out slightly, which betrayed just slightly. He wasn't quite in the position. Goes forward, not quite across with it. Not quite still as he struck the ball as he'd have liked, but lining it up.
Credit to the ground staff for this surface as well. There's been something in it for both bat and ball throughout these 2 and a bit days so far. Yesterday very much a batting day, but this morning it's one for the bowlers. It'll be hard for the batters to dig in this morning, but the runs are there. They can get stuck in, see off this new ball. Robson and Holden. And the beautiful overheads. Middlesex in a very strong position. Lead of 109. Barely a cloud in the sky.
Bowled really well to begin with, Chappell, in the first innings. Got that wicket of Robson, the man on the right of your screen. I feel the rest of his spells really matched that first spell that he put in. That first 5 overs are excellent from the nursery end, but I do feel that pavilion end, tall bowler, asking the questions with that slope, which can jag back into the right-hander and keep low when it does, as we saw a couple of times for Roland Jones. Now that one's gone, has it? No, it's put down. Holden survives. Madsen goes across. Doesn't hold on this time. It was a good pair of hands in that first innings. Madsen, he took 2 of the first innings wickets to go. There's Holden with that movement to get across. He ends up playing as a result, though, at a very wide one. And, oh, it's third slip. Second slip goes across in front of Madsen. Donald there going hard at it. Probably. Yeah, probably was seconds. Although Madsen would have felt that he would have taken it. End of the third over. Holden gets a life. Big life that is as well. Talked about 2 early wickets, whether it's 100 for 2 or if they could have chipped away a few more and it's 60 for 2, keeps the game alive a little bit more. Derbyshire will know they've got to hold their chances.
It just looked like it was second slip's catch. Donald got his fingertips to it, and I think it actually just deviated away from Madsen off of Donald's fingers. Big opportunity missed. That's a lovely shot from Sam Robson. Dahl just swinging that one in, straying onto the pads, and Robson always strong off his pads, and he's clipped that through mid-wicket for 4 more. He's off to a good start here as the Middlesex opener. Dahl just straying in line, bit too straight, not too much movement. Robson's not going to miss out there.
Good stop by Connors at backward point. Open the bowling. The pavilion ends in the first innings. And again, that opening burst from both. It's impressive. Connors into wait his chance. Maybe to take the nursery end after Chappell is the ploy, but big job for Dahl here. Oh, goes that back up the slope. They're almost going for the Higgins approach from the nursery end. It's almost a carbon copy in size and style of bowler. Roland Jones for Chappell at the pavilion end, Dahl for Higgins at the nursery. I'm just feeling that shorter, skiddier bowler at the nursery end might have more reward, more joy. Seamers, taller seamers perhaps, all queuing up for the pavilion end. Part of that ploy would have been for Dahl to keep it really tight, and that's why that first over would have frustrated him. He's gone for 17, his first 10 deliveries. He's gone for 17 of his first 7 deliveries, 3 dot balls following up. Huge frustration for Robson that first innings. You wait a month for an innings, and then you go 5th ball. End of the 4th over, 18 for 1, all 18 for Robson. Holden to have strike again against Chappell. He was put down in Chappell's last over, so has to beware. Chappell's gunning for them just as Roland Jones was from the pavilion end this morning. This man's had plenty of innings in the last month in the blasts. Very different role for him here, though. Try and bat the day and put Middlesex into a strong position. Ball change. Let's have a look. I mean, they've taken 1 wicket and created 1 chance with this ball, but into its 5th over, they're feeling as though it's misshapen already. It's gone through 1. Fine for now. Get on with it. I have to say, they've taken 2 chances. They should have had 2 wickets at this stage with this ball. To lunch on the 3rd day. What can Derbyshire take in with them? They've got 1 already. That goes through. It's going a long way across here, which is following it slightly down the slope. It's about a different approach between Holden and Stoneman. Holden will get a long way forward and a long way across. And look at how far he ends up playing at that outside of the off stump as a result. Got a lot to do to take a wicket LBW right arm over against the left-hander at Lords because of the slope. You really got to bring it back up the slope to convince the umpire. He's going to pitch at a pretty full length and do so as well. So he gets into that position, Holden. Talk about if the ball's inside, certainly it's a right-hander, if the ball's inside the line of your eye, you've got to make sure you get bat on it. When he gets into that trigger position, which brings him outside off, just watch where his head is. Outside off here, when he actually plays the ball, there's every chance that ball's just angling across and missing. Then Chappell goes full and straight. You know you've got to get bat on it then. Having steps across. He'll back himself to lay bat on ball there. And again, LBW is a tough one from the pavilion end for a seamer. Right arm over to the left-hander. So Holden will be aware of that also. Just 1 run conceded, 1 wicket taken. Should have had 2. Good from Holden in behind it. That's what he's trying to do in getting across. Just get himself into a position where he really closes off the top of that off stump, gets right in behind the ball. Try and stop that ball sliding onto the edge down the slope. Maiden for Chappell, 1 for 1 from 3, 18 for 1. Back to Robson on 18. 15 balls faced now for Holden, 1 more than Robson for his 18. Together because of that first baller. For Stoneman. For 1. Robson finds a couple. Yeah, his last innings, Sam Robson talks about him having a month off. His last innings was here at Lords on the 24th of May, so Robson came out to bat on the 2nd day of that one. Derbyshire, Sussex, sorry, 554 for 9 declared. Middlesex, 613 for 9 declared. A draw match in the last game here. Robson with a century in that game, but 24th of May, that's wait until the 25th, 23rd of May, June indeed, for it to resume. To Leicestershire. Thursday, Saturday night indeed. Saturday daytime, they're over the net on Saturday, you'd imagine, in Leicestershire. And there'll be a wait again as the blast kicks back into life. Two more taken. 22 for Robson, 22 for 1 Middlesex. 26 minutes until lunch. Can they get through Middlesex? 116 is the lead. They've got a very good match position on the third day. I fancy that this pitch will continue to offer something to the bowlers and perhaps even a little bit more to the spinners on the final day.
Two dots to finish. Middlesex 22 for 1. 6 overs gone. Around 25 minutes to go until lunch. And some spectators enjoying an early snack. Biscuits and bagels. These two will be hoping they can get to lunch with their wickets intact and enjoy whatever is on the Lord's menu. What colour's the soup today?
Green. We haven't had green yet in the match.
I wonder if our request for the coffee and walnut cake has been accepted. I keep hearing about it.
I sincerely hope so. Holden's off the mark. 18th ball. It was dropped early on. At second by Donald. But he's got a single. Let's get off the mark. That fella's made a good start there as well. Left a little bit too much bread at the end there, isn't he? He's going to have to get through the bread without any hot dog on that bit. Whipped by Robson. Another boundary. The Middlesex opener. He's 5th as he moves to 26 from 21.
Lovely shot from Robson again off his pads. Second one he's played in this knock. That boundary reaches a wonderful milestone for the opener, passing 13,000 first-class runs. Experienced opening bat.
Audition for the T20 this, 26 from 21 for Robson. Could be 4 more. It is going to be 4 more. Timing immaculate off the back foot. Making up for lost time. 30 from 22. Making up for that duck in the first innings. He'd have been absolutely itching to get going in this game after a month-long wait. And then he falls to a 4 or 5th ball duck. He's gone some way to putting that to bed in this second innings. Just be a single, so he'll keep the strike. He's on to 31 of Middlesex's 32 for 1. That's the end of the 7th. Fine start by Robson. It's almost Rohit-esque, this. He had 50 of India's 52. Super 8 match yesterday against Australia. Robson has 31 and Middlesex is 32. 31 from 23. Middlesex lead by 126. Working from home today, Clooney. At least that's what the boss thinks. Working from the home of cricket. De Pavillon comes on at the nursery end. Dahl's done. Experiment. It was an interesting one. I think they went like for like. If that ball was swinging as it was for Higgins, they've gone to the seamer. Leg side from De Pavillon, and 4 more runs as well. Robson's on 35, Middlesex 36 for 1. This is a very productive third morning for the hosts here at Lord's.
Robson making this look very easy, which has not been the story for the batters in this first session on day 3. Robson has flown on to 35 from 24. Finding the boundary with ease. Middlesex going a run rate of 5 and over.
Goodness me, it's another one. Robson's on to 39 from 25. Middlesex are 40 for 1. And the Middlesex opener is all over the Derbyshire attack at the moment. This is far from streaky or gritty. It's dominant. It's proving pretty destructive. It leads 134. Robson's putting them to the sword already. Back-to-back boundaries off to De Pavillon's first 2 balls. Welcome dot ball.
De Pavillon picked up 3 wickets in that first innings. Wickets of Max Holden, Luke Holman and Toby Rowland-Jones. For 104 in that first innings.
Leg side with just a single this time. He's on to 40, Robson. Chappell, the fielder, the man who got the wicket, should have had 2. Felt like a costly put down in a game where you're conceding 100 runs deficit. Got to hold your chances. We said third day could be moving day, and it is moving day. Bounce there. Pavillon and Holden riding it. There we go. Just over 15 minutes till we all charge downstairs for the tuna sandwiches. The beef pastrami focaccia and the green soup. Maybe orange soup. in colour, I think, not in flavour.
I think we've got to watch out for the fruit bowl. After the energy that it gave Kev yesterday, it's not just about the soup. When he gets that fruit going, we're in for a fun afternoon session, full of puns. There he is. He's made a start already.
Body's a temple.
I always wonder where all the fruit goes.
From the pavilion end, Sam Connors.
Here's Connors. Chappell got 4 overs and he should have had 2 wickets, but he's done for now. Connors to have a blast before the break, and maybe that's for Chappell to come straight back after the interval. Robson's a run machine this morning, and he's a boundary finder. He's got another one. He's on to 44 of Middlesex's 45 for 1.
Soft hands again from Robson, guiding it into the space, into that gap. Raced on to 44, just 28 deliveries. Definitely a blast audition. Boundary machine and a milestone machine, Sam Robson. Now past 5,500 runs at Lord's.
And rotates the strike. Send the statos off to look it up, but if he does get these next 5 runs, it'll surely be the quickest first-class 50 that Robson's ever hit. It's got Oliver Thorpe written all over it. Challenge laid down is to disprove me, if you can, Thorpe. This is Robbo's quickest first-class 50. There's been a few times he's gone out there actually, and he's whipped away some winning runs. Seems to remember he and Stoneman a couple of seasons back hitting off for 80 or 85 to win on a final afternoon in double quick time. Holden will get a couple here, awaiting his first boundary. Which one's the T20 specialist out there? 3 from 24 from Holden, to 45 from 29 for Robson. He'll have strike. 12 minutes before lunch. Will he get his 50 before lunch? Wouldn't have thought that when he hit it out 9 overs ago. Upper Allen stand. That's above the Middlesex room. A lofty perch to watch on. It'll be the Middlesex 50. Robson will keep the strike. He's on to 47, so he's got every chance now of this 50 himself before lunch. But Middlesex 50 for 1 after 9.2. Of course, it's a 50 partnership as well. They came together when Stoneman was out first ball of the innings. 50 partnership from 55 balls, which Holden has 3 from 24. Remarkable. It's more a case, is he going to get his 50 in this over, let alone before lunch? Deep point set back. Deep backward square and long leg. Protective measures. 2 slips and a gully. Catching. Mid off, mid on, and a cover on a single. Pavlon's just got to be on the top of off. They've got to start nagging Derbyshire. Little 2 straight. It'll get a couple here. I don't think it'll be the 3. He'll be on to 49. And there it is. Robson moves to his 50, 34 balls, and he's on to 51. He can't have hit a quicker first-class 50. You'd almost fancy that's got to be the quickest first-class 50 by a Middlesex opener. It's certainly going to run it close. 51 from 34 deliveries. Robson with 9 fours, 39 minutes, a strike rate of 150. And he has all but 3 of this 54-run partnership for the second wicket. All the runs of the Middlesex second innings. They lead by 148 already. Incredible performance by the Middlesex opener. And it's putting his side into a position from which they will be very disappointed if they were to lose this game for sure. 9 wickets standing, 148 ahead. They skittled Derbyshire for 339. First innings, where you'd fancy probably both innings are just above par. Middlesex is certainly a long way above. It'll be a single more. He moves to 52. 55 for 1. End of the 10th, he keeps the strike. Still 8 minutes to go until lunch on the 3rd day.
Oh, wonderful knock from Sam Robson. No risks taken really, just classy shots. Nicely off his legs, beautiful cover drive. It's the moment he went to his 50. The 47th first class 50 for Sam Robson. 34 years old. Already has 2 centuries to his name this season in Division 2. And he's racing his way. He'll have eyes on another one.
He's made a mess of the ball as well. Not surprised, he's been whipping it away. They've already had one look at it. It looks as though they'll have another. Having a good look at it. Usually it's just a case of, well, get the handcuffs out. But Derbyshire obviously making a point they're not happy with this ball, whatever the handcuffs say. So I thought it was pretty much over to the measuring kit, which comes out now. No. No. Nope. It's nearly time for Wimbledon.
It will be a ball change here at HQ. We'll have a gives us an opportunity to have a look around what's going on in Division 2. Around the grounds, a lot of eyes will be on Sussex, Leicestershire. Sussex leading Division 2, and they're in a very, very strong position to get another win against Leicestershire. Sussex 442 in their first innings, and they're bowling Leicestershire out for 275. In Sussex's second innings, they're 190 for 4. They lead by 357. As we head towards lunch on day 3, they're in a very commanding position. Glamorgan have just been bowled out for 490 against Northamptonshire. And the other game in Division 2, Yorkshire versus Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire following on after being bowled out for 197. Yorkshire hitting 456 in their first innings, and Gloucester 38 for 1, trailing by 221. They've got a lot of work to do over in Scarborough. The ball has been changed here at Lords. It will be Connors again. Maybe time for 2 more overs before the break.
Two slips go down. You can imagine Robson now will be fully focused on coming out after lunch. Get another century to his name at Lords. Home of cricket, home of Sam Robson. Fine record he has here. Went through a spell, Lords, where it was particularly low average per wicket. Measured it up against the place just across the river, in the Oval, where they had a huge number of runs per wicket. Former England opener Sam Robson, always trying to get back in that England side for so many years. It was a stat which really backed up the fact that his average of 38 on a number of other grounds would have been worth an awful lot more his first class average. Lords, as we've seen in this match, it's been a good cricket surface the last couple of years. That's clipped away. Sweeper's back and does get there even on the short boundary. Lewis Rees, the second century in a match. Higgins the first. Lewis Rees getting a century, but he fell this morning. He and Donald falling in quick succession, and that was the start of the Colollops in the morning session. We've seen 7 wickets go. 7 for 22 as the collapse across both innings. And the fall of Stoneman as well. Robson and Holden have put that right so far. Put a healthy 56 runs between the last wickets fall.
Two more balls to go in this over. 2 minutes till lunch.
But a polite inquiry from the Director of Cricket at Middlesex County Cricket Club, Alan Coleman. Handcuffs. 50 shades of hand, he says. They are handcuffs they've got there. It's probably an official name. Coley can let me know. It's a nice clip from Holden. Get a couple. Moves into 5, 58 for 1. He'll be a happy Director of Cricket with this performance. Middlesex lead by 152 now, with 9 wickets standing in their second innings. It's been a game that's been a good test of them by Derbyshire. I thought Derbyshire, those first 2 sessions, could have bowled better, but nonetheless they came away with a couple of wickets in each of the first sessions of the match and kept that run rate down of Middlesex, but Higgins and Roland Jones made a mess of that. Equally with the bat, they defied Middlesex for so long, but the second new ball had so much more life in it. Brooks said overnight he felt Middlesex could and needed to bowl a little bit better today, but there's no doubt about it, that second ball in the Derbyshire innings, the second new ball made a big, big difference. And yep, the flag's fluttering at the moment, flying proudly. But it's been a tough day for the visitors here at Lords. 117 for 4 to 339 all out. And now 59 for 1. Middlesex opener Sam Robson putting away some pretty dismissive shots. This will be the last over before lunch. Holden facing it, 6 from 28. Proper dig in first class cricket. He was put down, he was given a life.
In response to that inquiry, a ball gauge. £29, apparently. And they certainly get their use in county cricket. Those balls are checked pretty regularly. Yeah, you're right, Kev. This morning couldn't have really gone much better for Middlesex. We all turned up here today, looking at that overheads, feeling the temperature. 29 degrees out there now. Spectators enjoying the sunshine. It looked and felt like a batting day. Champagne flowing for the spectators. We did mention yesterday it's the beer festival, but
allegedly, Mrs. Spectator has been told he's on the grape juice today.
Holden drives nicely through the covers. Didn't get all of it. Punched for a couple. He's dug in nicely here, Holden. Robson's been flying away at the other end. Holden has moved on to 8 from 30 deliveries, making sure he gets through to lunch. A really dominant performance this morning. Ryan Higgins, Toby Rowland-Jones delivering with the ball. Sam Robson, Max Holden going well with the bat. Good opportunity for Middlesex to build this lead big for the rest of day 3.
And that's pushed away again by Holden. First boundary takes him into double figures. He moves to 12. Middlesex moved to 65 for 1. Which, when Stoneman fell 0 for 1 after the collapse that Derbyshire suffered at the end of their first innings, you just wondered when it was going to stop, but these two have put a handbrake on the fall of wickets today. Derbyshire looking for a wicket. Last ball before lunch. And it's not going to be with that one. 12 done in the Middlesex second innings. They are 65 for 1. Max Holden looks up at old Father Time and he's pointing in the direction of the pavilion. And that's because, well, that's not only because it's just gone 1 o'clock. The wind's also pointing in that direction, or coming from that direction over the back of the pav. Those two will head off and have a pretty happy lunch, in particular the man on the right. Max Holden has 12, but Sam Robson has 53 from 38. Fabulous, fabulous knock. A couple of centuries this season, and he's got himself off to a flying start here in the second innings. He's got Middlesex off to a flying start in their second innings. 159 is the lead. We'll be back after lunch ourselves here with the live stream from Lords, live and enhanced stream from Middlesex County Cricket Club in association with Daffodil.
voting interval, you may wish to visit our annual beer festival, continuing to take place in the Coronation Garden, with a selection of real ales, craft beers and ciders. Entry to the Coronation Garden is free for everyone inside the ground today. Other lunch options include the Lord's Tavern, Bicentenary Bar, also serving food and snacks under the lounge stand, and the concession units and delicious behind Eggeridge stand. You also find Portman's Cafe open for hot drinks and treats underneath the water stand. A reminder too to make sure you return your reusable plastic cups to our redemption bars to reclaim your £1 deposit. You'll receive a fresh cup with each successive drink. That's part of our commitment to reducing plastic waste here at Innings. Reminder too, water refill points are available around the ground to refill your own bottles. And if you did wish to visit the MCC Museum today, it's open until 5 p.m. with an entry cost of £5 for adults and £3 for concessions.
someone was like, medians don't circle. They're like, medians don't put old walking around for ages. come regularly? Are you in Middlesex?
No, I'm at uni Friday, so
Oh,
I
right.
usually go to Morgan,
Right.
but I live in Wales, so
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, well, no, I mean, well, the Oval's good too. I've been there a couple of times. Actually, the thing I found out about also is it's quite easy to tip up the team. But you know, I mean, you play your team. Yeah, no, I'll play more. Yeah, no, I used to go sadly, the body's no longer with it.
Yeah.
Well, it's a great game. I mean, the good thing about it is get into it.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of people. But when you come along with something like this, well, you're a child. I mean, yeah, I think well, I think you see, I mean, this is what annoys me. You know, the Australians, I mean, those down men can't, well, I said it's not quite expensive every year, but at least you come whenever you want. But square on, which I think if you attract younger people, I mean, even which I suppose you could say is not bad. And you know, I came to one of the other. Yeah, you should get into it. Mind you, have you heard of it? No. Well, that's probably a bit more tricky. Yeah. Started from the base.
Yeah, it's just
Well, the kids also. But you know, you can. A lot of, you know, sort of social clubs would probably have to use.
Afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Lords. A 1:43 resumption here after lunch. And Middlesex, well, Robson was dining early before the interval. 53 from 38, tucking him to some aggressive Derbyshire bowling, which resulted in hittable lines and lengths. This man started it all with a wicket, though. Zach Chappell. Picked up Mark Stoneman, first ball of this innings, which was a 7th wicket to fall in the space of 22 runs in the match across the 2 innings. But 65 runs later, Sam Robson has 53 of them, Max Holden 12, and Middlesex lead by 153. They're in a very, very strong position here at Lords with 5 sessions to go and not a spot of rain threatened. Off the hips and off the mark for the afternoon session. Robson on to 54, Middlesex 66 for 1. 317 for 4 to 339 all out this morning, Derbyshire. It's given Middlesex a really strong position in this game. Robson's start here has pushed it to near unassailable, you'd suggest, at this stage. Unless Middlesex offer something in some sort of declaration that Derbyshire are able to chase down tomorrow. A little bit of speculation about where the match goes. There's an awful lot of time left in this game, so no real need for Middlesex to go too hard at it, but you'd imagine they'll be trying to push this lead up to somewhere around 350. And if they can, have a dart at Derbyshire tonight. My fancy is they got pretty unlucky with the ball they picked yesterday. It just didn't swing. Today there's been movement throughout, as there was on the first day for the Derbyshire attack. Pull out with an hour to go tonight, 16 overs. That means it's 64 on the final day until the second new ball becomes available. Something always keep in mind. You talk about, I'll have a dart at them tonight, have a few overs at them on the 3rd evening, pull out. But factoring in that second new ball is part of it as well. Give yourself an hour. You've still got a pretty hard ball on the 4th morning. Basically you've got a couple of sessions until you get a go with a second new ball if you need it to wrap it all up. .66 for 1. Robson 54, Holden 12. Tom Ford alongside myself, Kevin Hand, in the commentary box, cooling ourselves down up here with the aircon on. It's sweltering outside. It's been pretty hot in here, and that's probably all that workout that we had getting through all that food at lunch.
It was a green soup, Kev. You got the guess right. You got yesterday's right as well, yeah.
Worried about
soup.
my eyesight now. It's green. I thought it was mustard colour. Spicy cauliflower.
Ooh. Maybe
Did you try some?
I did. I thought it was green.
Was there a second soup? Maybe I've missed second soup. I feel like one of the hobbits now.
That wouldn't surprise me.
First soup, second soup, and third soup.
It'll be a bit of spin to get us started from the nursery end. Alex Thompson picked up the wicket. Lears to ploy. Middlesex's first innings. He's going to have a job to do here with the ball as well. 2 for 55. First time around.
Interesting move this, isn't it?
Yeah, just 13 overs old. I think maybe just to see if there's a little bit of purchase in the surface. We didn't see too much spin for Luke Holman. The leg spin, but Alex Thompson, finger spinner.
Searching for that one, didn't he? Big stride in.
Turning it back up the slope in towards that right-hander. Will Sam Robson continue in the T20 blast style that we saw before lunch?
Well, always pick up where you left off. So with another boundary. 10th of the innings. th indeed, boundary. 44 of his 58 coming in boundaries. Sorry, that was his 10th, 11th of the innings boundary for the Middlesex. I'm still dying on this hill. That's Robson's quickest first-class 50. Oliver Thorpe's doing his absolute utmost to go through all of the annals of Middlesex history to find a quicker first-class 50 for a Middlesex opener. That, though, is a flag that I'm not going to put too hard into the ground, because in this day and age of cricket as we see it, I'm sure there probably was a match after tea where Middlesex came out and looked to try and hit some runs. Be it the third day or the fourth day on a chase, third day setting up a game, but can't imagine Robson's got a quicker one. Speaking of speed, fair bit in flight there. Middlesex are in flight in this match. They've got the ascendancy.
Yeah, you mentioned, Kev, it'll be interesting to see how Middlesex play this now. Still plenty of time to go here in day 3. Just starting the second session. A lot of time left in the match, but what kind of target do Middlesex want to set?
It's cut to backward point. It's on the bounce, though.
It's one of those things, it can be a dangerous time to bat the third innings, because you're looking to set that target, leave enough time for that final day to make sure you've got enough overs to try and bowl the opposition out, but also you want to make sure you get enough runs just to keep Derbyshire in the game. You don't want them just blocking out on day 4. So it's a fine balance that they'll need to find. You would think that maybe a little blast at Derbyshire again tonight as the evening starts to kick in, maybe half an hour, 45 minutes at that Derbyshire opening pair, see if they can nip 1 or 2 out early. You know this Middlesex middle order can be positive, can play aggressively to get runs on the board quickly when needed. Just kept a little low there from Chappell. Down the slope. Robson looking to cut it late. We have seen variable bounce over the last day or two, especially from that pavilion end. Roland Jones was getting a few to rear up, but also had a few keep low.
15 done in the Middlesex second innings, 72 for 1. Gets that through, there's a sweeper back, so it's just a single.
One ball left in the over. Just one from it so far. Dot ball to finish. So Kev's had his fruit at lunch, as well as the soup. But it does give him some energy and a bit of humour as well. He's very happy.
It's today's caption competition. What have I said to Dom at that point? What's the chances of getting Ollie Thorpe to make a cup of tea? It's our caption competition of the day. Thorpe's back next door. Stroked away. Holden's in on the act. He moves to 16. Middlesex 78 for 1.
Lovely shot from Holden. We saw him push a couple through the covers just before lunch. It's a lovely shot, good footwork. Trademark from Holden. A couple of steps down the track, just negotiating any movement, driving nicely.
That's a nice little tickle again by Holden. There's a lot of space there. And, well, if you can get in, as we've said on this pitch, there's plenty of runs for the batters. There has been all the way through. Middlesex defied that movement of the first morning and the first 2 sessions of the game. And cashed in at the end with Higgins and Roland Jones yesterday. Started well, Derbyshire. Middlesex would have been slightly worried that Derbyshire might have been able to wag their tail much as Middlesex did, with Roland Jones and co helping out Higgins. But once a batter's got in, they've generally got rewards. That's what Holden will be hoping for here. It's a good first-class season so far, Max Holden. Robson very happy with his couple of centuries as well. Selfie alert.
Can just see as the sun's baked down on this pitch. Throughout the morning, just tinge of green is starting to disappear more and more. More hot sun scheduled for the rest of the day. Which could lead to a little bit more turn in the surface, which Alex Thompson will be hoping for. As will the Middlesex bowlers, Luke Holman, when Derbyshire get put back into bat.
$18 done. Middlesex second innings are 81 for 1. That was the colour of the soup, wasn't it? Robson Don't fancy running much today, but too hot, even for an Aussie. Just going to clip it to the boundary instead. Meat and drink onto the pads of Robson and down the hill. Straight to mid-wicket. A little bit too straight to be clipping this time for Robson, and he lifts it. Rees takes the catch, and there'll be no century for Robson, despite his prolific start, 67 to his name. But he lifts his 59th delivery straight to mid-wicket. And whereas he worked the last one off the pads, he was working that more off stump, it felt. We'll have a look again in line in a moment, but yep. A shot too many for Sam Robson, and Chappell has his second wicket. 2 for 24 for the Derbyshire bowler. Middlesex leading by 179. They're 85 for 2.
Yeah, well played, Sam Robson. 67 from 59. He's put his team in a great position here. Very positive innings. He's got the scoreboard moving. He'll be disappointed. A like-for-like shot to the one he played before. The ball before where he found the boundary, but only find the hands of mid-wicket. And Lewis Rees taking the catch. That brings to the crease the former Derbyshire player Elias Deploy. Half century in the first innings. Good player to have walking into the crease with the game in this situation. Very busy batter. Will keep that scoreboard moving. You feel Middlesex will want to really try and pile runs on in this afternoon session.
Well, he's a positive player, isn't he? And I was just thinking, actually, quietly before that wicket of Robson fell, that Middlesex were moving and still are in such a position of ascendancy at the moment that unless Derbyshire can bite back here and fight back, then it feels as though you're almost in a waiting game and a fog of war until it moves to the fourth innings, and whether Middlesex then can push on against Derbyshire or whether then they fight back. Off the mark, get a couple here. He's away first ball deploy. But yeah, if Robson continued and Holden and Middlesex were just taking a grip on this innings, a grip on the match as it is, then you were waiting really then to see, well, what's the fourth innings going to bring? Will it be a good start with the bats again for Derbyshire? Middlesex go through them. How will the fourth innings go? But that wicket of Robson now, this is a chance. It's a long way behind, 181, but just a chance to keep control. Deploy, though, will have other matters in mind. He likes to be positive from the off. Deploy, he's 2 from 2. Against his former county, got a 50 in the first innings. Sure, he'll be desperate to at least match that in the second dig as well and put his new county, so put them in, keep them in this position of control that they seem to have at the moment. Stop by Dahl, prevents a single, deployed set off. He got back quickly enough. Head of the 19th, 87 for 2, and that's because Sam Robson clipped Chappell to Rees at mid-wicket to fall for 67. Just felt like a straighter line that he clipped it from. That's why he clipped it in the air, wasn't able to get over the top of it and around it. Like the one he clipped earlier in the over, 4-4. Oh, somebody else has been in at the fruit at lunch. Feeling inspired and arty after the interval. Well done, Greg. On the camera getting the reflection of the Derbyshire players. Two balls gone at the 20th, 87 for 2. 60 overs remaining today, going at 4 and over. It's a lot of runs that Middlesex would be ahead if they're still going with an hour to go tonight.
Not huge signs of turn here for Thompson. It's only away from the left-handed Max Holden. Likes to get after the spinner. That's nicely played, nicely driven. It'll just be a single. To a deep cover. And first look at deploy for Thompson. Got him caught behind in the first innings.
Mark with a single against him in the second. 20 done, 89 for 2.
Little afternoon lull in the stands. Late lunches. Still some beers flowing. It's worth just keeping an eye on the over rate. -5 here for Derbyshire. They don't want to get punished with that.
5 bonus points they finished with in this match, wasn't it? End of the first innings as well. Threw the ball, 2 with the bat.
Ploy just having a look. Not taking any risks at this stage. Middlesex in a stronger position. It's a hot day. Batters can just wear down these Derbyshire bowlers and look to really take the attack to them as this ball gets a little bit older. 21 overs gone after this delivery.
Ploy's first boundary. Over the top of it, angle bat. As we always say, giving himself every chance. All on the floor. For 4, 93 for 2. Yeah, just going back, when Robson and Holden were going, you think, Middlesex will get grip of it, and it's over to Derbyshire to try and drag it back. If Deploy is out there in the middle, things will happen quickly, that's for sure. So we won't be left waiting for long to see the match move along. Not much happening quickly over there in the Warner stand, and why would it? Hot sunny day at the cricket. Sit back, relax, enjoy the action and the company, or at least try to.
It's going to be an interesting battle between Thompson and Holden. The short boundary way to the leg side. So he wants the mound stand. Holden could look to target, but he'd be playing across the spin.
There's that turn and bounce.
Likes to play square, Holden. Likes a slog sweep. Run the risk of being a little bit catching the top edge, playing across the spin.
Nice 3 for 2, made no for Thompson. Holden and Deploy having a look against the offie. Second 11 match at Egbert that we were mentioning yesterday. Tilan Walaluito is not out overnight. He's gone to a century. 106. Courtmore's bowled Shetty. Century as well for Falconer in that one. Should reply. Team Middlesex second 11's 509 at Egbert are 45 for 3. Change bowling at the pavilion ends. And a Chapel for now, 2 for 30 from 9. He's got 2 wickets to go. Here's to Pavillon. He took a bit of tap from Sam Robson. Number 22 off his 3. First look at the pavilion end in this innings.
One of the quicker bowlers in this game, De Pavillon, averaging around the mid to low 80s, coming in from the pavilion end. Interesting to see if he can extract anything from this surface. And the uneven bounce.
far as mid-off. No real rush for Middlesex at the moment. A lead of 188, very healthy. Only just into the afternoon session of the third day. A lot of time to go in the game. No one would have become too becalmed, but this new ball is only in its 23rd over, so they'll just look to set themselves up, get themselves in. Only 12 balls for deploy. Holden will feel he's getting there now. About to hit 20. 63 balls faced. A lead of 188. You've got another 100 on that from here with the last 8 wickets. Middlesex will feel pretty happy, pretty healthy in the game. Put another 150 on it, 160. Get that lead around 350, then all of a sudden they will be in a position where they really will feel that they shouldn't lose the game for sure. They'll have enough time to win it. There'll be more there. Thought at that point that you couldn't rule it out though, the way that cricket works now. If Derbyshire are able to get a good start, you never know. All about pegging Middlesex back at the moment though, just trying to keep them in sight for Derbyshire. They've got to be greedy as Middlesex were this morning. 6 for 22 that collapse. To the second new ball. Derbyshire will not be able to afford to wait for the second new ball. It's got to be with this one. They've got to get something going. 6 for 22 would be useful, but even a little mini collapse, 3 for 22, just keep Middlesex in sight, keep them in check. Goes up in the air, but it's safe. Wide of mid-on, behind the mid-wicket fielder. Just outside off stump, a little short as well. Probably felt it was too close to him to cut, so he went for the pull. Obviously detected the length early. Take a single, he'll keep the strike. He is on to 20 now, Holden. 95 for 2 Middlesex. Behind that, could he have been forward to that one, Holden? Looking to rock back. Thinking about escalating matters now. We certainly thought the challenge of fastest first class 50 for a Middlesex opener. Might get some statisticians on the case. Slip and leg slip for deploy. Derbyshire know him well. They'll know what to look for, where to find it. Should be an interesting innings, this one. It's high up the outside edge. All along the floor though, tobacco point at the end of the over, 96 for 2 after 24. 24 overs to tea. Not that my mind is turning to cake just yet. Big Arsenal fan, Max Holden. I'm sure he'll have his eye on the England team tonight. Bukayo Saka up front for Gareth Southgate side. Ooh. Have to keep his eye on this one first, though. There's a new ball in hand and a pitch that certainly offers a little bit to the seamers here. Run away. That's deep backward point. They have a single. Holden's on 22. They might have two. There's a misfield. No. I'll run over it to begin with, but recovers it. Hungary at the European Championships this year. I'm sure Elias Deploy's got his Hungary socks on. Hungarian passport, playing as a non-overseas in England. Elias Deploy.
Currently third in Group A, Hungary.
Oh, of course, they might go through ahead of Scotland. Will a third spot and 3 points be enough to get them through? Oh no, it's not the Scotland group. Sorry, I'm wrong. There's still a. Oh yeah, they might just squeeze through as one of the best third place, maybe. Not sure he's a football fan, Elias. If Max is badgering him about the football tonight, I'm sure he'll just phase out. Oh, cheers. Celebrations. Middlesex haven't won it yet, lads. .25 bowled, 98 for 2 Middlesex. They lead by 192.
Yeah, I wonder how far they're looking ahead here, Middlesex. I'm sure if they just think, get a good start to this session, slowly build runs on the board, be in a good position to have a go at Derbyshire this evening. Current lead is 192. They'll want at least 300 before thinking about a declaration. But runs can come quickly here at Lords, especially with that short boundary.
Yeah, I guess the way to look at it is probably those minimum overs remaining today. I reckon 16 overs tonight. Maybe even 20. That means the second new ball just before tea on the final day, should it be required. So, well, let's make it around 40 at the moment, which would be 15 left tonight. So 40 overs time at 4 and over. That's another 160 runs. That's 350 ahead.
The fruit makes you quite good at maths as well, Kev.
Even stop clocks right twice a day. Yeah, if things go well, they'll go quicker than that. So I'll get to the 350 and maybe leave themselves 16 overs tonight. Maybe 20 overs if things go very well, but that's all to come. First of all, Derbyshire hunting wickets. And hunting the big one, Elias Deploy. Magnificent record in all formats for Deploy. A signing that was craved by pretty much every other county when it became apparent that he was going to be available from Derbyshire. Lovely guy, very popular player. I'm sure his old mates from the Derbyshire dressing room will be giving him some right now. I don't know if he gets in, but they'll be taking a fair old bit of tap before the innings done. They need to get him early. It's almost one of the quieter starts I think I've seen him make to an innings deploy. Determined, no doubt. But this Middlesex second innings is a real top-down effort. It wasn't that it wasn't a top-down effort, but the 4-3-3 obviously was massively boosted by the second half of the innings. Higgins and Roland Jones, a lot of it built on the work of Deploy though, who managed 50 in the first innings. He's 9 from 22 in this. Holden will have strike on 22. Middlesex 98 for 2, another maiden for Thompson.
He's started his Middlesex career well. Elias Deploy stepped in as captain when Toby Roland Jones was rested. He's done well with the bat. Over 600 runs in Division 2 this season. Averaging 61, a high score of 196 not out. 2 centuries, 2 half centuries. It's been a nice start to life at Lord's. Just be having a look at the ball again here. The handcuffs, aka ball gauge, is back out. Looks like we will get a ball change. They need that ball to go through one of the holes and not the other, but that one looks like it's gone through both. Great advertisement for the ball gauge.
Another one's rubbish.
That's the second ball change of the innings. Derbyshire will be hoping that the change of ball can bring a change of fortune. You feel they really need a good handful of wickets in this afternoon session to stay in the game. They're just about clinging on there at the moment. Batting lineups can chase any score these days. But you do feel anything over 300 is always tough. Anything over 250 on a pitch that's only going to deteriorate more and more, bring the spinners more into the game. New ball selected. De Pavlon shining it up, ready to go again from the pavilion end.
calmed passage of play here at Lord's after lunch. That will suit Middlesex far more, I fancy. Derbyshire would love to work up the storm that Middlesex did this morning. Sharp single. Robson was operating in boundaries for the most part for his 67. Holden to deploy at the moment. He's playing it all on the square. Not going too hard at anything. Hot day out there. Hard toil for the Derbyshire bowlers, as it was throughout a long Middlesex first innings. End of the 27th, 99 for 2, just a single. Derbyshire doing a good job here of tightening up as well. That must be credited massively. They're a tough spot, the visitors. That collapse can be really demoralising. And, well, they'll know if these two get in, it's going to be pretty demoralising as well. Higgins in next, Fernandez, Davies, Holman. They'll all want runs from the first innings, those three. And Roland Jones, Brooks, and Bamber. The batting goes a long way down for Middlesex. There's a lot of work to do, but keeping it tight again is one thing, getting that run rate down. Did that well in the first innings, actually. Middlesex's run rate in check until Higgins and Roland Jones opened up. He's got that through, and he's got it through with a good piece of timing as well there, Holden. Oh, too good a piece of timing. Lloyd giving chase and rolling over the rope with the ball. It just looked like a gentle push from Holden. And it's an extra cover drive to bring up the Middlesex century in their second innings. Look at that. It's nothing more than an offering of the bat. I always say, though, Holden's bowling well, batting well. There are a few bats that look wider when he brings that full face down and offers it back to the bowler. Shows the maker's name. There it is again. Only 3 for 2. that time the maker's name hit by Thompson. He's done that well as well, hitting up on the splice. But Middlesex are 103 for 2, leading by 197. It looks pretty good. There's not much on that scoreboard to perturb Middlesex at the moment. There's plenty to worry the visitors. They've got to keep these two in check. Those two names at the top, Holden and Deploy, both will want runs. They'll have seen what Higgins did and Roland Jones did in that first innings. Deploy got the 50. He'll be disappointed he didn't get a century. And a century here at Lord's, always a great place to do so. Just shy of a double ton at Wantage Road, Lewis Deploy this season. That's a lovely ball. To Pavlon. Pushing one across the left-hander. That slope. Look at the seam. Look at it go. That seam movement. Oop. Done his best to lay something on it, but then relieved in the end that there wasn't even the finest of tickles on it. Only as far as cover, first real aggressive use of the feet.
It's the first time we've seen Deploy for any signs of aggression. He struck that nicely, but straight to cover. His sign of intent. He's faced 27 deliveries for his 9.
That's whipped away. Lovely shot. It's into double figures. He's shown a little bit of intent earlier in the over. He finishes it with the boundary. Up there from Pavilon. And away from Deploy. 107 for 2 Middlesex. They've run that well. Just found a little bit of gap wide of the mid-on fielder, and Holden ticks it over, avoids another maiden. They were racking up the dot balls. Derbyshire, Middlesex just starting to tick things again. 108 for 2. 30 done. The lead is 202 for Middlesex. They'll certainly want something beginning with 3. England shirt on there. England cricket shirt, that is. It's an England football day. With the European Championships. England looking to wrap up the group stage with another win. And a comprehensive performance. That's what Middlesex fans will feel they're getting at the moment from their side. But yeah, they feel they've got themselves into a good position here, but still lots to be done. Oh, that flies away off the edge. There's only one slip in place now. It's a great difficulty, isn't it, for a side, especially if you're chasing the game a little. It's not so much chasing it, but it's a genuine edge. Would second slip have had a chance? It would have been just in front of a third slip, I reckon. Now, third slip would obviously be staggered, so whether it would have carried, maybe third slip would have had a chance to get fingers under it.
It's been another disciplined innings from Max Holden. 32 not out from 92, 36 from 111. That first innings, player, very versatile player, really up the strike rate when needed. He's playing nicely here.
So bowled to the block hole from Connors. It's dug out by Holden. Saw Robson lift one to mid-wicket. Connors has got a short mid-wicket in place. And he's around the wicket to Holden, so it could be lifted. Short boundary to the offside, so he won't want to be giving any real width to Holden, but he'll hope that the left-hander brings that mid-wicket fielder just on the covered track into play. Another look at the ball, another look at the seam.
Another one of Middlesex's batters that have been in good form in Red Bull cricket this season. Max Holden averaging 61. High score of 211 not out earlier in the year.
"31 bowls, 112 for 2. 17 left until tea. And I reckon about 30 left of this innings, which will leave him just over an hour tonight. And there's a couple for the change of innings. be 17 overs if they were to do it exactly to that math, but with 49 overs remaining today, I reckon Middlesex will go for another 30 overs here. Try and put this completely out of sight. The quicker they can put it out of sight, of course, then the longer they'll get with a second new ball. So in 30 overs, if they were to score 4 and over from there, 120, they've got a lead 330 to 350, I think is what they'll have in mind. Go even quicker than that and get to that 350 lead. Maybe leave themselves 20 overs or so tonight. "16 overs till tea." There'll be only tea time declaration on day 3. They're a long way off that yet. Turn and bounce again there. Really spattered him. It was a slow burner, that one.
Another good over from Thompson, keeping things tight. Just the one from it. Another one coming in from Miami, maybe. Our expert flight tracker finding out where that one's going. Could be Hong Kong to Heathrow.
No ball calls here. 209. There's a strangle for Stoneman in the first innings. Deploy nearly flicking at one down the leg side there. Use the feed again from Deploy. Oh, now where's that gone? I'm not sure that didn't hit the boot of Max Holden. Who needs to be heading off on an aeroplane looking for sun? There's plenty of it here at Lord's. The British summertime is here. Oh, wow, he stepped a long way across there. Umpire's not going to have it. It's leg byes. Let's have a look at that. It's close. Look at how far across he's gone. There was a moment I thought he might be bowled around his legs. Now that step across is clear. Where does that ball hit? Is it in line? Is it outside the line? Oh, goodness me. I tell you what, I think he's got away with one there. It's only just. How far past leg stump is that with the deflection? It's hit him in line, I think. We're in agreement on that one. So it's striking in line. Oh, now this is close as well. Not out. Round the wicket to the left-hander, so straightening it, but he's straightening it against the slope. There's a little bit of bat involved to save Holden on that.
Bowling a nice spell. Here's Alex Thompson. He's not straying too much in line. Keeping Holden. Just pushing into the offside. There's another maiden over. Middlesex ticking along. 119 for 2, 34 gone. Lead of 213. The run rate has come right down. 3.5 and over now for Middlesex, but I won't mind that at all. Nice gentle breeze coming across Lords today. It's a hot one, 28 degrees. Plenty of time. Some sunshine, drinks, laughter.
Now that one, he does help on its way using the bat. Survived very big appeal. A similar length to this, a similar line, but this one bat involved and away it goes. In fact, that one was more leg side than last. Can't see as much of the leg stump as he could on the previous one that he flicked fine. He didn't flick it indeed, he flicked the pad and went fine.
He's toiled away, Connors. No reward in the match as yet. Got through 21 overs in that first innings. He's bowled with good pace and bounce. It's fifth over now. Still running in from that pavilion end.
Punch fine at that backward point. That's a brilliant stop by Dahl. Strong hand. Stops that ball getting past. It's probably open in the face. Look at this. Thou shalt not pass. Scrapping for every run. No scrapping in the stands, lads. Magic trick, is it? What's he showing them cards? Is this your card? Don't think so. 1-2-6 for 2. Drinks taken here. Phone and laptop. That was me just about to start coming out with the work from home jokes. Promise I'm working, boss. Yeah, got the laptop going, move the mouse. Move it again. Oh, I haven't moved the mouse for 5 minutes. On the work WhatsApp group.
This class is their lunch break, or?
So when the tinnies come out, that's what we're looking for.
Give us a wave on the stream. Ed in charge of our Euro sweepstake, actually, this year. We've just let them know that they're on the stream. There we go. There's a wave.
Busted.
More good fielding. Lamb patrolling that square boundary. Deploy hit that nicely. Just got it behind square. Come back for comfortable 2. The leader's now 222. Deploy on 22. 2 wickets down. All the 2s.
Out of 36, 128 for 2. 12 to tee. Drink being taken in the background already. Oh, is that a signal? What was it? You're next. I think that's one of the bowlers out there, is it? Maybe it was Thompson. All looking good for Middlesex at the moment. Think about 3 here because it's a big boundary, but they'll settle on the 2. It's a hot day as well. Let Chappell do the running up the hill. Just settle on a gentle 2. Run rate maintained around 3.6. Again, suggest they'll want to go at 4 and over for the next 30 overs or so.
Beautiful shot from Holden. Back foot punch on the up. Comes back for a couple. Partnership. Worth 47. Between this pair. It's just putting Middlesex into a position where it's going to be very hard for them to lose this game. I'm sure we'll see an increase in that run rate as the day progresses.
Yeah, we've reached that situation where it's Middlesex's game to set up now. That's not to say that Derbyshire won't or can't win it, or to say that they won't save the game. But it's basically Middlesex's game, and Derbyshire are just playing it at the moment. Unless something dramatic happens, as it did this morning. 6 wickets for 17 runs, wrapping up the Derbyshire first innings, and that all happened in a hurry. Desperately need something to happen in a hurry here to try and keep some sort of handle on what they will be set. At the moment, Middlesex in the driving seat. I reckon 100 more, maybe they'll open up at that point. Might not wait that long. T comes into it, it's 10 away. 11 away after this. They'll have a rethink at T. 11 overs time, so they only go at 3s at that point. That's a lead of 260. 90 runs in 15 overs after T, a bit of a stretch maybe. So they're at 280, the lead at T. They want another 70 off 15 overs after T, leaving them an hour to bowl at Derbyshire tonight perhaps. Much will depend on the partnerships. Partnerships increase that run rate generally. And this partnership has ticked it on to 49 from 112 deliveries, 68 minutes. And it'll remain on 49 for now. 134 for 2.